Good afternoon, everyone. I hope all of you are doing well. So now the D-Day is over, the prelims is over, and most of you would have been expecting the results. So how was your exam? So how did you do? Was it good, average? Do you think you'll clear the exam? What do you think would the cutoff be? How much are you scoring? So you can reply through the chat box. So today we will discuss CSAT paper and that too specifically math, quantitative aptitude based questions. So I hope my voice is audible. Am I audible? Okay, fine. Thank you, Madhu. Okay, thank you, Vanit. Okay, fine. So how was your exam? So how many questions did you attend in CSAT out of 80? Do you think the paper was easy, difficult, moderate? So how was the paper? And how many questions did you attend? So please reply. Well, we will have a conversation on about the exam, and then after we will wait for a few more students to join. Once they join, we can start the class. I hope the screen is visible. You can see the paper. So today we will be using Series A, which has been uploaded by UPSC in the website as well. If you don't have a copy of this, please download it from the UPSC website. So how many of you had got Series A in your exam as well? Anyone had the same series question paper in the exam? So Madhu, Manoj, Meghana, Anita, Aishwarya. So anyone had us? Okay, Madhu had D series. So Madhu, how many questions did you attend? Did you find the paper difficult, easy, or moderate? Oh, 52. That's a very good number. I think if your accuracy is close to 65-70%, you'll definitely clear CSAT paper. So did you do more of quantitative aptitude questions or did you do more of paragraphs or reading comprehension? Which part did you give more emphasis first? Give more emphasis to? Okay, we'll see. First, I'll talk about the paper, like how the paper was, how was it similar to the previous years, or how was it different from the previous years. So, if you see the paper two of UPSC prelims this year, which is commonly termed as CSAT, Civil Service Aptitude Test, you see many. It's very different from the last year 2023 paper, but it's very similar to the paper that used to come earlier between 18 and 21, whatever the paper used to come. This year's paper is very similar to that. Again, UPSC has started giving a paragraph with two or three questions. Each paragraph here have either minimum of one or two minimum questions for each paragraph. And also in terms of problems or quantitative aptitude part also, from each of the sections or each of the concept, there are at least two questions or majority of the questions are like that. So here, if there is an HCF based question or highest common factor based questions, there are two simultaneous questions based on that. So those kind of approaches there this time. So comparatively, when you compare to last 2 or 3 years, like 2022, 23, this paper is quite easier in that terms. So you could expect a CSAT to be qualifying this time as well. I mean, uh, people, most of them will who have practiced well in CSAT and managed their time during that time between 2:30 to 4:30, and were able to solve around 45 to 50 questions, have a higher possibility to clear the required qualification score of 66. So that is my take on it. So if you have approached the paper in the right manner, I'm sure you'll definitely clear this paper. So there is no such ambiguity as well. Yes, in the paragraphs question, most of the paragraphs they have asked for assumption, which may again uh, would be a 50-50 answer unless UPSC gives the answers. Other than that, maths question are all quite easier, and you can approach them directly and get a right answer. So that's my take on the CSAT paper. So in terms of difficulty, it is between easy and moderate rather than between moderate and difficult. It is between easy and moderate. So you can expect more people to clear the CSAT cutoff this year, or the qualifying score for CSAT this year. So that's my take. So which means it will push the GS1 score cutoff up as well. So like previous year, it won't be around 75, 76. This time you can expect the cutoff close to 85, between 85 and 95. That would be our take. So that's where your cutoff would be this time. So being said that, so how was your GS paper? So how many questions did you attend? So what is the if you have checked the keys which we have released, what is the score that you are getting close to? Okay. So how many questions did you guys attend in GS paper 1? How many of you attended more than 70 questions? And how did you find the GS1 paper? Was it easy, difficult, moderate? What was your take on that? Yeah, come on. You can use the chat box and please reply through the chat box. We'll have an interactive session. It should not be one sided. So kindly please reply. Okay, fine. We'll start with the questions for now. So what do you think is the answer? Let's start with question number 5 in series A. So if you don't have series A paper, please download it from UPSC website. And they have uploaded the question paper and they have uploaded series A. So if you don't have the paper, kindly go to the website and download the paper from there. I hope all of you are downloaded. Kindly reply in the chat box if you have downloaded, or if you already have series A paper of CSAT. Kindly reply in the chat box so that we'll start the class. Am I audible? Okay, great. Okay, let's start. So question number 5. So what is the least possible number of cuts required to cut a cube into 64 identical pieces? So 64, what cube will give you a 64? If n cube is equal to 64, let's say n cube is equal to 64, what do you think is the value of n here? So what would be the value of n? I hope everyone knows square numbers and cube numbers. So n would be 4, right? Because 64 is nothing but 4 into 4 into 4. So you'll get n as 4. So if n is a 4, which means you have a side. Let's say this is one side of a cube. And if you are cutting this, so if it has to result in 4 parts, you will make 1, 2, and 3 cuts. So if you make 3 cuts to this, you will get 4 parts, right? Again, similarly, horizontally, if you make 1, 2, 3 cuts, you'll in total get 16 cuts. 4 in the first row, 4 in the second row, third row, and fourth row. So total 16 cuts. Since it's a cube, it's expanded to the Z plane as well, third plane as well, where in the parallel plane you'll make a cut again, 1, 2, 3 cuts. So altogether you'll make 9 cuts. So to get a cube, to cut a cube into 64 identical pieces. So the common formula would be n minus 1 into n minus 1 into n minus 1. Sorry. N minus 1 plus n minus 1 plus n minus 1. So these many cuts need to be made to cut an cube into identical number of pieces. So here, since n is 4, you'll cut it into 3 plus 3 plus 3. So you have to make 9 cuts to obtain 64 identical pieces of a cube. So the answer for the first question or fifth question in series A paper would be 9. I hope you got it. Anyone has any doubts? Okay, great. So what do you think is the answer for the sixth question? Question number 6. In the expression 5 star, 4 star, 3 star, 2 star, 1, star is chosen from 3 signs: addition, multiplication, or subtraction. Okay, 0. Is 0 the answer? Okay, we'll see. Each at most used 2 times. What is the smallest non-negative value of the expression? So the thing is, you have 5 different numbers: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you have 3 different signs: plus, minus, and into, or multiplication sign. So you have to use any sign between these, and it has to result in smallest non-negative value. So that is the condition. So how would you approach? So the problem is given like this. What I would do is take the bigger number. Since we have to attain a smallest non-negative value, I would add a subtraction sign to the in between the largest of the numbers. So once it's subtracted, we'll end up getting small numbers, start getting the small numbers. So once I'll use minus, again I'll use minus, then I'll start using pluses or plus and into. So this kind, in between the smallest two numbers, I would use a multiplication sign. So the product is not very big. And between the two biggest numbers, I would use a subtraction sign so that the result of those two would be very minimum. So here, if you take this, first you have to do multiplication. So 2 into 1 would be 2. So in the next part, 5 minus 4 minus 3 plus 2 would be your answer. So minus 3 and plus 2, because BOD MAS rule, right? So first we did multiplication. Now we will have to do addition. So minus 3 plus 2 would be minus 1. So 5 minus 4 minus 1. So you'll end up getting 0. So the least negative value would be, here is 0. So this is how your approach should be. You cannot put into mark between the two biggest numbers and expect to arrive at the largest non-negative value. So that won't happen. Or you will then arrive at the largest non-negative value and not the smallest. So whenever you are solving the CSAT question, these kind of things should be kept in mind. So your approach should be to arrive at the smallest non-negative value. So however the signs could be used to arrive at that value, you should have that common sense. So between the two biggest value, you should use a negative sign, and between the two smallest value, you should use the multiplication sign so that the results are not very large. I hope it's clear. So this is how you arrive at 0. Also, in this question, if you see what is the smallest non-negative value, smallest non-negative value is 0 itself. So maybe if there was different numbers, we have not arrived at 0. But since the difference between these numbers is unity, you can always arrive at 0. So you can directly choose from that point of view that the smallest non-negative value possible that would be possible here would be 0 as well. So that's how your approach should be. Okay, I hope this is clear. Can I move to the next question? Okay, we'll move to the next question. So next question, seventh question. A certain number of men can complete a piece of work in 6K days, where K is a natural number. So what is a natural number? Anything that you can use to count. So it's a set of 1, 2, 3 to positive infinity. So up to this is a natural number set. So we can take any value within this set for a k, and it has to satisfy the condition. So we'll take the least digit. So let k be equal to 1. So certain number of men. So number of men, we will take it as m. So m number of men complete the work in 6 into 1, 6 days. So how many man days of work is there? 6 m man days of work has been done. So now by what percent should the number of men be increased so that the work can be completed in 5k days? So 5 into 1. So 5 days. Now the work is completed, but the work doesn't change. In the first part also it was 6m days of work. In the second part will also be 6m days of work, but it is completed in 5 days. So here the value of m would be 1.2 m. So there will be 1.2 m number of men who complete the work, because 1.2 or 5 divided by 6 divided by 5 is 1.2. So we would have 1.2 m number of people. So the change, if you see, would be 1.2 m minus m number of people divided, originally it was m into 100. So this is the number of percentage of change. So the question asked for the percentage, by what percent should the number of men be increased under. So what is the percentage? So here, if you subtract this, you'll get 0.2 into m divided by m into 100. So if m and m gets cancelled, this will come to 20%. Do we have 20%? So this is one way of doing this. Otherwise, do it directly. Let's see. Initially, the work was taking 6 days. Now it's taking 5 days. So reduction is by 1 day. So or 1 out of 6 days. So 1 by 6 has been reduced. So this is 1 by x. 1 by x is equal to 1 by 6. So if that is a condition, then the number of people that should be increased will always be 1 by x minus 1%, 1 by x minus 1. So if x is equal to 6, 1 by x minus 1 will be equal to 1 by 5. 1 by 5 is nothing but 20 by 100, right? So 1 by 5, if you multiply numerator by 20 and denominator by 20, you'll get 20 by 100. So that will be equal to 20%. So this is one more way of doing it. If you're reducing it by 1/6, you need to increase it by 1 by x minus 1. So 1 by 5th, which is 20%. So the answer would be 20%. So let's say initially there were 10 people and they completed the work in 6 days. So that would be 60 men, 60 units of work is completed. Now, if 60 units of work has to be completed in 5 days, then there should be 12 men. So 10 and 12, difference is 2 out of the increase. The change is 2 out of 10. So into 100, 20%. So this is how you can solve the same problem in different ways. Any doubts here? And seventh question, do you have any doubts? Okay, all of you solved this problem. How many of you actually gave the exam this time? So none of you gave the exam, is it? Okay. By the end of eighth question, you should answer that question. Did you give this question? Did you give the exam this time or not? So please comment in the chat box. So let's go to eighth question. So XYZ. Okay, I'll copy this question. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Copy this question. I hope it's visible. So XYZ can complete a work individually in 6 hours, 8 hours, and 8 hours respectively. So here, if you see, so X takes 6 hours to complete the work. So in 1 hour, you would do 1 by 6th of a work, right? And similarly, Y takes 8 hours to do a work. So in 1 hour, you would do 1 by 8 part of the work. So and Z takes, again, he also takes 8 hours. So he will also do 1 by 8th of the work. So if you find the LCM for 6 and 8, the LCM would be 24. 6 fours are 24, 8 threes are 24. So let's consider there are 24 units of work. So in one day, then X would do 6 into 4. So 4 units of work would be done by him in one day. Because in 1 hour. Since he completes the work in 6 hours, per hour he'll do 4 units of work. So 4 into 6. So he'll complete 24 units of work in 6 hours. So similarly, if Y is completing a work in 8 hours, so in 1 hour he would be doing 24 by 8. So 3 units of work he will do in 1 hour. And similarly, Z will also do 3 units of work in 1 hour. So what is the question here? However, only one person at a time can work in each hour. So during the first hour, one person will work. During the second hour, one person will work, and like that. So no two people are working together, and they're all working one after the another. And nobody can work for 2 consecutive hours. So if A works in first hour, B has to work in second hour, C has to work in third hour, or if A wants to again work, he can only work in third hour. He cannot work in the second hour, like that. So all are engaged to finish the work. What is the minimum amount of time that they will take to finish the work? So if we have to finish the work at a minimum amount of time, then the person with highest efficiency, which is X, who finishes 4 units of work per hour, should work for maximum number of time. So initially he starts working and he completes 4 units of work in first hour. Since he cannot work during the second hour, let's say Y will work in the second hour and he will finish 3 units of work in second hour. Again, next in the third hour, again A can work again because he has been rested for 1 hour. So he'll work again, and now again you can use Y or Z to work for another hour. So they will work for 3 hours. Like this, it continues 4 plus 3. So if you add this 21 by 3 in 6 days, so in 6 hours, they'll complete 21 by 24 part of work. So remaining is 3 by 24 part of work is remaining. And now it's a X's turn to complete the work. So if X can complete 4 parts of work in a day, to complete 3 parts of a work, he takes 3 by 4th of a day. Right. So in total, all three working one after the other will take 6 3 by 4 days, or 6 3 by 4 hours. Sorry, hours, right? Every hour. So it is 6 3 by 4 hours to complete the work. So the answer here would be, what would be the answer? So what do you think is the answer? Please reply. You're able to see the screen, right? So they would complete the work in 6 3/4 hours. So that is 8th question. The answer would be C. 6 hours 45 minutes. They'll complete the work. So 9th question. So what do you think is the answer? Right. 6 hours 45 minutes. So for the 9th question, what is the answer? So how many consecutive zeros are there at the end of an integer obtained in the product? 1 square, 2 to the power 4, 3 to the power 6, 4 to the power 8, like that. There is that product. Then how many zeros will be there in that final result? Has anyone solved this question? Okay, then. So this is one more unique question. These kind of questions can only be answered if you know the concept. Otherwise, it's very difficult to answer this kind of question. So if this is the problem, let's say the question is saying the product is, so you have the numbers where there is a product 1 square into 2 to the power 4 into 3 to the power 6 into 4 to the power 8, and like this product continues till 25 power 50. So if you see this series, there is a particular trend. 1 is raised to 2 powers, 2 is raised to 4 powers, and 3 is raised to 6 powers, 4 is raised to its power 8, and 25 is raised to power 50. Like that, 5 would be raised to power 10, like that. So, see, if you are getting a 0 in anywhere, it will be a product of 5 into 2, right? So 10 is expressed as 2 into 5. So 10 is nothing but 2 into 5. So so here also, if you want to find the number of zeros, should I find how many products of 2 and 5 are possible, right? Here the number of 2's will be more, because here 2 will have 4, 2 power 4 is nothing but 2 into 2 into 2 into 2. So you have 4 twos. Again, 4 power 8 is nothing but 2 square whole power 8. So that will have 16 twos. So similarly like that. So 2 is not a problem, but number of 5's would be lesser. So now number of 5's in this product would finally determine how many zeros are there in the product. So how many 5's are there in this series? So here 5 power 10 will be there. Then 10 can be again written as 2 into 5 whole power 20. Again 15 can be written as 5 into 3 whole power 30. And 20 would be written as 20 power 20. This will be written as 5 into 4 whole, sorry, 20 power 40 it will be. So 5 into 4 whole power 40. And finally 25 power 50, this you can write as 5 square whole power 50. So that means 5 power 100. So if you want to count the number of zeros here or number of 5's here, 5 power 10 is nothing but 5 multiplied 10 times. So that will have 10 5's. 10 power 20 will have again 20 5's. Again, 5 into 3, 15 to the power 30. So here you have 35. Again, 20 here, 20 to the power 40, which can be written as 5 into 4 whole power 40, will have 45. And finally, 25 to the power 50 or 5 square whole power 50 or 5 power 100 will have 100 fives. So if you have to count all these fives, so 10 plus 20 plus 30 plus 40 plus 100. So these many fives will be there. So what is the sum? 100 plus 40 is 140, plus 30 is 170, plus 20 is 190, and plus 10 is 200. So you will have 200. Yeah, Madhu, you're right. So in total, you will have 200 zeros in the product. So the answer would be D. So for the ninth question in series A paper, your answer would be D, 200. So on next 10th question, anyone solve the 10th question? They have combined two parts here. One is on calendar part and another one is arithmetic progression or AP. So two parts are two different concepts are converted into one question or mixed into forming a one question. So anyone knows how to solve the 10th question? Okay, I'll read the question first. On January 1st, 2023, so last year January, a person saved rupees 1 on rupees 1. On January 2nd, he saved 2 rupees more than that of the previous day. So what is 2 rupees more than rupees 1? It would be rupees 3. So on first day, he saved. So on first day, he saves 1 rupee. On second day, he saves 3 rupee. So on the next day, on January 3rd, 2023, he saved 2 rupees more than on the previous day. So he would be saving 5 rupees. And so on, he continues saving. At the end of 8th day, he would have, at the end of which date? On the end of which date was his total savings a perfect square as well as a perfect cube? So I hope all of you know the square numbers and cube numbers. So two numbers, if you start picking from 1, the two numbers which you will get, which are both perfect square and perfect cube, is first one is 1 itself, 1 square is 1 and 1 cube is also 1. So since he is saving more than 1 rupee, here the answer won't be 1. So it will be more than 1. So the next one would be 8 square and 4 cube. So 8 square is 64 and 4 cube is also 64. So he would have saved 64 rupees on some day. On which day will he be able to save 64 rupees is what in total is what we have to find. So for this, if you see the series here, it is first day is saving 1, next day is saving 5, 3, next day is saving 5. So like that, he'll continue to save 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 like this. So this is nothing but odd numbers, right? So sum of odd numbers, summation of odd numbers will give you n square. If you remember from arithmetic progression, sum of odd number simultaneous or consecutive n odd numbers would be n square. So here n square is equal to 64. So n would be equal to 8. So on 8th of January, this person would end up saving 64 rupees. Either this is one way of finding it, otherwise just go on adding 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7 plus 9 plus 11 plus 13 plus 15. So this is on 1st January, this is on 2nd, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. And if you end up finding the sum here, 1 plus 3 is 4, 4 plus 5 is 9, 9 plus 7 is 16, 16 plus 9 is 25, 25 plus 11 is 36, 36 plus 13 is 49, 49 plus 15 is 64. So 8th of January, you'll end up saving 64 rupees. So these are the two different approaches. One, finding it through knowing the summation of n consecutive odd numbers. The other way of finding is just going on adding the amount he saves each day and finding a sum where it will equal to, finding a day on which the sum will be equal to 64 rupees. So these are the two ways. Okay, going back, we'll come to question number. We completed 10. So next it would be so next these are paragraphs. Passages will solve later or maybe some other day. Today we won't be able to solve this question. So again, 16th question. What percent of water should be mixed with the honey so as to gain 20% by selling the mixture at the cost price of honey? So how would you solve this? So what do you think is the answer? So 16th question is very easy in that matter as a matter of point. So 16th question, let's say you have 1 kg honey which is equal to 1000 grams and let it cost 100 rupees. Now there is certain amount you have to earn 20% profit. So if you are to gain 20%, now you should have sold the quantity of honey for 120 rupees and they are asking you to sell the mixture at cost price. Cost price is 100 rupees. So here the mixture should be 1.2 kgs. Then only if you sell for cost price which is 100 per kg, will end up getting 120 rupees. So if it has the mixture has to be 1.2 kg, then for 1 kg honey, you added 200 grams of water. Or 200 milliliters of water. So 200 milliliters of water per kg, which is 1000 grams into 100. So 1010 cancels, 1010 cancels, 1010 cancels. You'll get again 20%. So even with the answers you see, before also for one problem we got 20%. Again we are getting 20% here. So like this, similar calculations are there in many questions. So this is one of the easiest question that was there. So the answer for the 16th question would be 20%. So 17th question. What is the rightmost digit preceding the zeros in the value of 30 power 30? So anyone knows how to do this kind of problems? Has it been done in the class? So here, if you have 30 power 30, so I'll take an insert a page after. So 30 power 30, sorry, 3, is it? Yeah, 30 power 30, or was it 3 power 30? What was the question? Okay, what is the rightmost digit preceding the zeros in the value of 30 power 30? This is nothing but the unit digit problem that we do. So if you take multiples of 3, 3 power 1 will always be equal to 3. 3 square will be 9. 3 power 3 will be 27. So unit digit would be 7. 3 power 4 is nothing but 81. So unit digit will be 1. So again, if you have 3 power 5, it will give you 243. So unit digit is again 3, which was unit digit of 3 power 1. So 3 power 6 will have again 729. So unit digit is again 9. 3 power 7 will come around 1000, sorry, 2187, I guess. Yeah, 187. So again, 7 is the unit digit. 3 power 8 will be again 6000 something, and the unit digit will be 1. So unit digit always continues to repeat after every 3 power 4. So you have to find the unit digit in this problem, or the rightmost number that is non-zero, you just have to divide 30 by 4 and find the remainder. So when you divide 30 by 4, so 4 sevens are 4 into 7 is equal to 28. So 28 goes, and only, so 30, 4, 4 sevens are 28. So 2 will remain. So whatever the pre-square will have as a unit digit, which is 9, will also be a unit digit of, or the first non-zero digit of 30 power 30. So that will be 9. So the rightmost digit preceding zeros in the value of 30 power 30 will be 9. So 18th and 19th questions are again very similar. So 18th and 19th question, both are based on, can you tell me, 421 and 427 when divided by the same number leave the same remainder, which is 1. How many numbers can be used as divisor in order to get the same remainder as 1? So there are two numbers, 421 and 427, and when they are divided by some number, they both are giving the remainder as 1. So how many numbers can be used? So how many such divisors are there? How many such divisors are there that can satisfy this condition? So that is the question. So this question is based on HCF, highest common factor. So the simple way to find the HCF here is to find the difference between these two numbers, 427 minus 421. So the difference is 6. So when you divide 421, 421 by 6, it will a reminder as 1. Again, if you divide 427 by 6. It will also leave remainder as 1, right? Because 6 into 7 is 42. So 420. 6 into 70 will be 420. So remainder would be 1. Again 427. 427. 6. 6 sevens are 42. 6 ones are 6. So if you take 6, remainder would be 1 again. So here 71. So remainder would be 1. So 6 would give the remainder 1. So this is the highest common factor. So you got one factor which satisfies this condition. Now we'll have to find the factors of 6 as well. The factors of 6 are 2 and 3. So when you divide these numbers 421 by 2, it will also give remainder as 1, and 427 when you divide it by 2, it also gives remainder as 1. And again if you divide by 3 as well, so all three numbers 6, 2 and 3 will satisfy this given condition. So number of possible factors is 3. So three different factors will satisfy this possible condition that is required. Is that fine? Did you get it? So the question is saying, okay, fine. So next question is also very similar in that terms. 19th question. Can you do it? Same kind of question, whatever is here, which we solved above. So 19th question is again same. So if anyone can try this and solve, I would be very happy. Okay, I'll copy this question to another place or one page and we'll solve the question over there. Okay. Inside a page after. Okay, is the question visible now? Try and solve it. Try and solve it like the way we did the previous question. So what did we do? First step was finding the difference. 532 minus 399. So what is the difference? Oh, is it 123? Check again, Madhu. Yeah, it is 133. So 532 minus 399 is 133. Now, first thing you have to do is check whether 133 divides both 399 and 532. Does it divide? Does 133 divide 399? It will, right? 133 into 3 is 399, right? Similarly, 133 into 4 will give you 532. Am I right? So HCF here is 133. So does 133 has a factors? What are the factors of 133? If you remember tables up to 20, you can easily give me factors of 133. Is 133 divisible by 3? So how do you find the factors? Right, Anita is right. 19 is one of the factor. So 133 is there, right? So is it you have to find the prime factors for this. So when you go on finding the prime factors or factors, the first factor would be 1. 1 always is a factor of any number that you get. And the next number would be 3 doesn't divide because 3 plus 3 is 6, 6 plus 1 is 7. 7 is not divisible by 3. Hence 133 won't also be, sorry, divisible by 3. Next 5 doesn't divide, then the next one would be 7. So if you see 7, 140, 720 is a minus 7 is 133. So 19 into 7. So 7 is a factor, 19 is a factor. So altogether here you'll get 4 factors, right? 133, 19, 7 and 1. So the question here is a can X contains 399 liters of petrol and a can Y contains 532 liters of diesel. They are to be bottled in bottles of equal size so that whole of petrol and diesel would be separately bottled. So the bottle capacity in terms of liters is an integer. So how many different bottles sizes are possible? This is the question. So if these are this liters of petrol and this liter of diesel has to be bottled, then the bottle is of uniform size, then it should any number, any bottle of that size should be factors of it or should divide both these numbers without leaving any reminder. So only 4 such numbers are there. 133 divides both these numbers without leaving any reminders, which is an HCF. Then 133 is nothing but 19 sevens are 19 sevens are 133. If you remember, that's why I told you need to know the tables up to 20. So 19 sevens is 133 and both 19 and 7 are prime factors. So if 133 divides 399 and 532, 19 will also divide 399 and 532. So 1920s are 380, 1921s are 399. Again, 19, I think 1928s are, you will get 532. Similarly, 7 will also again divide both 399 and 532. So if you want to make this liters, either you will take 1 liter cans, you will take 399 cans of 1 liter and use it to fill the petrol, and then you will take 532 1 liter cans and fill 532 liters of diesel. Otherwise, it will take 7 liter cans. So 7 5s are 35 and 7 sevens are 49. So you'll need, so if you see here 399, 7, 7 5s are 35, 7 sevens are 49. So 57 cans of 7 liters can take up 399 liter, can be used to fill 399 liters of petrol. Again, to fill 532 liters of petrol, 7. 7 sevens are 49. 4 remains. 7 6 are 42. So 76 such cans will be necessary. So like this. So overall, there are 4 such different cans which you can take. 4 such different size cans that you can take. to fill these many liters of petrol and diesel in different box without any reminder, without any can remaining empty. So this is the answer. So there are four different types of bottles that you can take. I hope it's clear. Is it clear? See, both previous question and this question are based on nothing but HCF only, right? Both are based on HCF only. If you can recognize the concept, then you can solve first question maybe in 1.5 or 2 minutes, and the second question within 30 seconds, right? So that is how your approach should be as well. So next question, if you see here, consider the following statements. 20th question. Consider the following statements in respect of a sum S, which is equal to x plus y plus z, where x, y, z are distinct prime numbers. Distinct prime numbers, and each of them are less than 10. So x, y, z can have the values of, what are the prime numbers less than 10? 2, 3. What are the prime numbers less than 10? Answer in the chat box. So what are the prime numbers less than 10? Prime numbers less than 10. Yeah, Madhu. What are the prime numbers less than 10? What are all the prime numbers? Ambika, Anita, Sharadvi, and Pallavi. Okay, 9 is not the prime number, right? 3 square is 9. 3 into 3 into 3. Sorry, 3 into 3 is 9. So 9 is not a prime number. 9 is a composite number. So 2, 3, 5, and 7 are the four prime numbers. So XYZ can take any of these. So what is the sum? S is equal to x plus y plus z. So the least possible sum here would be 2 plus 3 plus 5, because all three are different, distinct. The question says distinct prime numbers less than 10. So the minimum here would be 2 plus 3 plus 5, which is 10. And the maximum sum that would be possible would be 3 plus 5 plus 7, which is 15. So any other sum that comes will be between 10 and 15. So that is the thing. So now let's go back to the question. The unit digit of S can be 0. So here if you see, the minimum sum is 10 and the unit digit of 10 is 0. So first condition holds good. Second condition, the unit digit of S can be 9. No, right? Since the sum is only possible between 10 and 15, uh, where 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 are possible. No other sum is possible. So the digit cannot be 9. So the unit digit of S can never be 9. So third point is, or third condition is, the unit digit of S can be 5. Of course, yes, 3 plus 7, 5 plus 7 will give you a sum of 15. So that is also a possibility. So 1 and 3 are right and 2 is wrong. So the answer would be right. The answer is C. See, this is again one of the easiest questions this time. It won't even take less more than a minute. If you understand the question, you can solve this question within 45 seconds to 1 minute. Okay, I think we left 15th question. Yeah, we have left 15th question. I'll copy this again there. Okay, this question, what do you think is the answer? There are 222 power 333 plus 333 power 222 is divisible by which of the following numbers? So how would you solve it? So how would you solve it? 222 to the power of 333. And do you think UPSC expects you to calculate 222 to the power 333? Or do you think it is possible to calculate 222 to the power 333 because you are also not allowed to take calculators? Do you think it is possible? Or even 332 3 to the power 222? Do you think you can calculate that? Do you think you can calculate the sum of these two numbers and then find the divisors of it and solve this problem? So what should be your approach? So there is one easier approach here. I would rather teach you that. So first, if you see 222 is an even number. So even number raised to any power will always result in even number only. So 222 to the power 333 will also be even number. And here 333 power 222. So 333 is an odd number. So 333, if you are raising it to any power, no matter what, 222, that will again give you an odd number because even into even is even, odd into odd is odd. We know this. 2 into 2 is always even or 4. 3 into 3 is always odd, 9. Or 3 into 3 into 3 or any power 3 if you take, it will only result in odd number. And 2, any power you take, it will always result in even number. So even number plus odd number. What will you get? Even plus odd. So 2 plus 3 will always give you 5. 2 plus 5 will always give you 7. So even plus odd will always give you an odd number. Right? Do you think odd number is divisible by 2? So look at the options. Any number that does not have 2 as an option is your answer, right? So here only one option says 2 is not a divisor. All others have 2 as a divisor. So only option B where you have 2 is not a divisor of this number. Right? So 3 and 37 are the divisors, but 2 is not a divisor. I hope all of you understood it. So this is how you should approach. It's not like you should solve the question, find an answer, and then mark. Sometimes options will also help you to solve the question. It's not just sometimes, many a times it's the options that help you to solve the question. So the answer here is option D. So we reached 20 questions. 15. Yeah, we reached up to 20. We'll take up the 21st question. So 21st question is a paragraph. We'll solve it later. 22nd is also a passage. 23rd, 24th. Okay. 24th is a coding decoding kind of a question, or series, alphabetical series kind of a question. So what do you think is the answer here? So do you see any pattern? First, let's see how many. So here they are saying there is a certain pattern in this series, and you have to identify that pattern. So A, B, C, D, if you basically see, there are four alphabets A, B, C, D, and there is some pattern that is found using these alphabets. So if you see the series, only B is repeated twice, right? And in total, there are 5, 8, 10, 15, and 20. Totally 20 alphabets are there. So if you can divide it into, let's say, after till each D, so you can divide it into 4 different units like this. Okay, most of you have solved this question then. So if you see B has repeated twice, and you can divide it like this. So then coming back, since B is repeated twice, I'll also repeat A here, try and repeat A here. So A, B, C, D, next it will be A, double B, C, D. In the third, it will be A, B, double C, D. And in the last, it will be A, B, C, and double D. So the right answer would be A, C, D. So which is option C. Yeah, Madhu and Anita, you're right. The answer is C. So anyone try to solve 25th question? 25th. Can anyone tell me the answer? Or anyone of you try to solve it? So the question says, sorry. So this is the question. Once. Okay, right. So there are two persons, P and Q. P and Q are there, and they are into business. Both are enter into a business partnership, P plus Q. So they have started a business now. So P puts 14,000 more than Q, but P invested for 8 months and Q invested for 10 months. So P has put 14,000 more than Q. So if Q's investment is X, P's investment would be X plus 14,000. So let's take this as I2 or IQ and this as IP. Next, time. So P has invested for 8 months. So 8. and Q has invested for 10 months. So in total, they gain 2000 rupees profit. And the difference between the profits of if P share is 400 rupees more than Q share out of the total profit of 2000. So by seeing, you can guess that P has earned 1200 rupees profit and Q has earned 800 rupees profit. So these many things we can deduce from the question. So in the question, what is asked? The contribution capital contributed by P, which is investment capital IP. We need to find IP here. So in these kind of questions, there is a general formula here. So until now, in any of the previous questions, I didn't use formula. So even without using formula, you can solve many questions. I think only one question where we used formula was that n square, sum of odd numbers, consecutive odd numbers starting from 1. Sum of first n consecutive odd numbers, which is equal to n square. Other than that, nowhere we used formula. So this is the first time we are using. So profit is equal to investment or capital into time. So this is the formula which we will be using here. So first P and then Q, right? Profit of P is nothing but 1200 rupees. Profit of Q is nothing but 800 rupees. So this is equal to investment or capital of P or IP into time. So he invested for 8 months. Here capital is nothing but IQ into 10 months. So if you see here, 200 by 800, if you divide it by 400, this is 3, this is 2 ratio. We get 3 by 2 as ratio. Here also, if you take 8 by 10 months, this is 4, this is 5. So if you transfer this to this side, that will be 3 by 2 into 5 by 4. This will give you investment of P by investment of Q. I hope this much is clear. So in the next line, you have to take IP by IQ. This is equal to 15 by 8, right? So investment of P and investment of Q are in the ratio 15 is to 8. Here, if you see the difference is 7. In the question, it is said that the investment of P is 14,000 more than investment of Q. So this difference of 7 is equal to 14,000. So therefore 1 unit, 7 ones are 7 twos are, 1 unit will be equal to 2000 rupees. So the original ratio is 15 by 8 and we have to find investment of P. So investment of P is 15 units. So 15 into 2000. Sorry, 2000. So investment of P would be 30,000 rupees. Is that clear? Is it clear? Please reply in the chat box. So the investment of P is 30,000 rupees. So, okay. Next question. So 25th is completed. Now we are in 26th question. So this also I'll copy into other place. So let's read the question first. P's salary is 20% lower than Q's salary, which is 20% lower than R's salary. How much percentage is R's salary more than P's salary? So in these kind of questions, these are given little tricky way, in the tricky way. That's why when you are converting it into a problem statement or in terms of numbers, you need to be very careful. So there are three people, P, Q, and R. Anyone got the answer for this? P's salary is 20% lower than Q's salary, which is 20% lower than R's salary. So the person who is getting highest salary, who do you think is the person getting highest salary? See, P's salary is less than Q. So, and Q's salary is less than R. So R is getting the highest salary. So let's take R's salary to be 100 rupees. So next, Q's salary is 20% lower than R's salary. So 20% lower means Q's salary will be 80 rupees. Is it right? Next, P's salary is 20% lower than Q's salary. So 20% of 80. So 20% of 80 is nothing but 20 by 100 into 80. So 8 is 1010 cancels, 1010 cancels, 16 rupees. So P's salary would be 16 rupees less than 80 rupees. Or to find it directly, it is nothing but 80 by 100 into 80, because 80% of 80 is this only, right? 80% of 80 is this. So 0 0 0 0 cancels, 8 8 is 64 rupees. So P's salary is 64 rupees. Now the question is tricky because of this line. By how much percent R's salary is more than P's salary? What is P's salary? 64 rupees. What is R's salary? 100 rupees. So the difference between 100 and 64. So 100 minus 64. This is how much his salary is more into 100. So 100 minus 64 is 36 rupees. 36 by 64 into 100. So this is the answer for your question. Here 9 fours are 36 and 4 I think 16s are 64. So 9 by 16 into 100 you will get. To simplify this 100 by 16, you need to do 100 by 16, which will give you 6.25. So 9 into 6.25. This will give you 56.25. So our salary is 56.25% greater than P salary. Is it clear? Reply in the chat box. Otherwise, I won't move forward. Please reply in the chat box. Yeah. So, how many of you got it right? How many of you made mistake in that question? So again, if you see 27th question, it is very similar to this question. I'll show you how it is very similar. Let's say let's see 27th question. Anyone did 27th question? Anyone of you? 27th question. Okay, fine. A number is mistakenly divided by 4 instead of multiplying it by 4. What is the percentage change in the result due to the mistake? So this is your problem. So let's take one number. Let's take 100. Since they have asked for the percentage, we'll take number as 100. So what is the thing? A number 100 is divided by 4. So this will give you 25. Whereas they had to multiply it by 4. So 100 into 4, that would give you 400. So the difference, what is the difference in the result? So the result had to be 400 and now the result is 25. So the difference is 375 out of what? 400. So percentage into 100. So 10 cancels, 10 cancels. So 4 ones are 4 nines are 36. So 15, 4 threes are 12. So 3 remains 93.75%. Is that okay? So what did he do? Rather than multiplying the number, he ended up dividing the number. So the percentage change in the result was 400 minus 25, which is 375. So that change is out of how much? Out of 400. So 370 by 5 by 400 into 100. That will give you 93.75. Is that clear? Okay, fine. Next question, 28th question. It's a Venn diagram question. How many of you have done it? So if you see in this, in an examination, 80% of the students have passed in English and 70% of the students have passed in Hindi. 15% failed in both the subjects. What is the percentage who failed only in one subject? So percentage is given. Let's take in terms of number. Let's say there are 100 students. So number of students n is equal to 100. In this, 15 students have failed in both the subjects. So remaining would be 85 students. 85 students are remaining. Now we have to find students, those who have passed in both the subject. Students passed in both subjects is nothing but students who passed in English plus students who passed in Hindi minus this remaining students 85. So that would give you 80 plus 70 minus 85. This is 65. So if you put a Venn diagram, So 65 have passed in both, 15 have failed in both the exams. So 80% have passed in English. So let's this be English ring and this be Hindi ring. So 80% have passed. 65 are here. So remaining would be 15. Hindi 70% have passed. 65 are inside here. So only 5 are remaining. So the question is asking for what is the percentage of students who failed only in one subject. So how many are there? 15 here, 5 here. So these have only passed in English, which means they have failed in Hindi. And 5 have passed in Hindi and failed in English. So 15 plus 5. So 20% of the students, 20% of the students have failed in only one subject. If you are taking both the subjects, then this original 15 percentage also you have to take, but there conditionally the condition is students are failing in only one subject, which means it also means students are only passing in only one subject as well, right? Only one. So that would be 20%. Okay, 29th question is again a trickier one. So a father said to a son, so there is a father. Okay, there is a father and there is a son. He says, "N years ago, I was as old as you are now." So let's say present age. Present age. Let's assume present age of father is X. And previously, N years ago is age. Ago. Right? N years ago his age would be x minus n, which is equal to present age of his son. So present age of his son is x minus n, because he says, right, I was as old as you are now. N years ago I was as old as you are now. My present age x, which is x, is 4 times your age n years back. So if son's age was x minus n years now, what would his age be n years before? That would be x minus n minus n. So that would be x minus 2n years. So what is the father saying? That present age, which is x, is equal to 4 times x minus 2n. So if you solve this equation, you get x is equal to 4x minus 8n. So if you take x to the right and n to the left, 8n is equal to 3x, or x by n is equal to 8 by 3. So if you substitute it in their present ages, then father age will be in the ratio 8 and son's age will be 8 is to 5. So continuing the problem, if the sum of the present age of the father and son is 130 years, so their sum plus is 130 years. So if you compare 8 plus 5 is nothing but 13. So the common ratio is 10. So present age of father would be 80 years and son's age would be 50 years. So the sum is 130 years. So what is the difference between their ages? Difference is father is 80 years old, son is 50 years old. So 80 minus 50, which is 30 years of age difference. Got it? Is it clear? Kindly reply so that we'll move forward. If you have any doubts, post a message. I'll explain it once again. If you don't have any doubts, we'll move forward. So 30th problem is very simple. So it's more of a common sense, I would say. So 1000 liters is equal to 1 meter cube. So 1 meter cube is nothing but 1 meter height, L into H into B, length into breadth into height. So if you see a water tank at your home, it will be close to 1000 liters tank, right? So that will be 1 meter wide, 1 meter in height, and 1 meter in depth, height, length, and breadth. So since our water tanks will be cylindrical, it won't have the same thing. Its width will be less, its height will be more. But here, 1000 liters represent 1 meter cube. So this is right. And again, 1 metric ton, 1 ton is 1000 kilos. That is the most known quantity. If you see in terms of auctions that happen in terms of rice, wheat, and all, it either happens in quintal or in tons. So here, quintal is 100 kilo. Quintal is 100 kgs, and ton is always 1000 kilos. So ton is 1000 kilos. 1000 kgs. So both 1 and 2 are right. Third one is also right. Hectare is nothing but 2.5 acres. So that is actually 100 meters into 100 meters, which is 10,000 meters square. So all three metrics are right here. So answer would be D. So if you any of you own a plat, or your parents own a plot, or an agricultural land, they'll know the hectare. It's a standard unit for measuring the lands, especially agricultural lands. So next you have paragraphs. So 31 and 32 are paragraph. 33 is again a passage. 34 is a passage. 35. Let x be a two-digit number. Okay, I think we will take one small break for 5 minutes. Do you need a break, or can we continue? Okay, we'll continue till this one entire page or other 4 to 5 questions, and then I'll give you a break. So we'll go on with question number 35. So I'll copy this. Okay, let x be the two-digit number and y be another two-digit number found by interchanging of digits of x. So let's say x is a two-digit number and y is a two-digit number. So x be pq. Then if this is equal to x, then y will be q and p. So if x plus y is the greatest of two-digit numbers, so x plus y is greatest of two-digit number. What is the greatest two-digit number? Okay, answer me this simple question. What is the greatest two-digit number? Yeah, come on. There are 7 of you in, yeah, 99. Right. So x plus y is equal to 99. And x and y are nothing but interchange numbers. So the possible values for x and y. So you have, if we start from two-digit numbers, the lowest would be 18 and 81. Next, it would be 27 and 72. Then it will be 36 and 63. Then 45 and 54. So these are the different possibilities. So x can either take these four values or these four values. So total number, 8 different values are possible. So what is the number of possible values of x? So the answer would be 8 different values. Right? X can be 18 or 81. X can be 27 and 72. X can be 36 or 63. And finally, X can be 45 or 54. So 8 different values of X are possible. Okay, 36 is an easier question. Anyone solved question number 36? It's based on averages. So weight of 6 boys is equal to weight of 7 girls, which is equal to weight of 3 men, that is equal to weight of 4 women. If the average weight of women is 63 kgs, then what is the average weight of boys? So what it says is weight of 6 boys. So we'll only take what is needed. Since we need to compare boys' weight and women's weight, here we need to only take weight of 6 boys is equal to weight of 4 women, right? So if now we have got this. So if you see boy by women, the ratio would be 4 by 6. So if you convert in 2 by 3. So now they are said. So you need to find the average weight of the boys. So boys' weight would be 2 by 3 of women's weight. So women's average weight is 63. So 3 21s are 63. So 2 into 21, 42. So average weight of the boys would be 42 kilos. Did you get it? Weight of 6 boys was equal to weight of 4 women. So nothing but 6B is equal to 4 women. B by W is equal to 4 by 6, 2 by 3. So women's weight was 63 average weight. So if you take it into right side, B is equal to 2 by 3 into W, which is 63. Multiply that, you'll get boys weight as 42. Is that clear? If you're facing any difficulty, or if I'm not audible, or if you're not understanding a solution, please reply in the chat box. I hope it's clear. So next question. How many times an hour hand and the minute hand coincide in a clock between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. in the same day? So let's get a clock. So the question is saying, yeah, this is the clock I could get. So between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. If you see 10, it is 10:10. So it started from here. Now it started from here. Let's say it comes before 11, somewhere near 10:54 or something. This hour and clock minute and will meet for the first time. So between 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock, they will again meet only at 12 o'clock exact, because 11 hour and at 11 o'clock will be here. So the minute hand will start from here. It comes one entire round and it again meets this hour hand when hour hand is right at 12 o'clock. So at 12 o'clock, first time they meet at 10:54, and second time they will meet exactly at 12 o'clock. So after 12 o'clock till 1 o'clock they will never meet again, right? Because hour hand will be moving within this category, and minute hand, after meeting it at 12 o'clock, it start moving faster. So by the time it comes next time at 1 o'clock, the hour hand will be near 1. So it will be near 1 o'clock and this minute hand will be here. So they don't meet anywhere between 12 and 1 p.m. So after 1 p.m., close to 1 o'clock 6 minutes, they again meet. So again at 1:06, close to this, approximately this time, they'll again meet. After this, till 2 o'clock, they never meet again. So in total, they meet 3 times. Between 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock, in the 4-hour duration, they meet for 3 times. This is one way of doing it. There is also another way of doing it. So for an hour and hour and minutes hand, they meet after every 65 1 by 5 minutes. So between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. there is 4 hours time. which is equal to 240. If you divide by this by 65.2, will end up somewhere near 3 point something. So if you take a whole numbers, that is how many number of times they meet. So between 10 and 2 p.m., which is 240 minutes, so they meet 3 times. Okay? Is that clear? So next question. Calendar for the year 2025 is same for which next year? So in terms of years, if you see if this year, this is a leap year, let's leave this year. Let's say 2025 January 1st is Wednesday. If it is Wednesday, then an year will have 365 days and a week will have 7 days. So if you divide 365 by 7, the remainder will be 1. 35, 350 and 7 twos are 14. So 364 days. So remainder will be 1. 1 will be remainder, which means the next year, the first day. So 2025 January 1st, if it is Wednesday, 2026 January 1st would be 1 day ahead of Wednesday, which is Thursday. So this is the rule. So what a calendar will have the same year as that of 2025 when again if it starts on Wednesday, the year again which starts with Wednesday will have the same calendar as 2025. So if you start, so 2025 will have January 1st as Wednesday, 2026 26 will have Thursday, 27 will have Friday, 28 will have Saturday. But the year 29 will have Monday as January 1st because 28 is a leap year. So in leap year, you have 366 days. So the remainder would be one additional day. So if 2028 had January 1st as Saturday, so 29 will have January 1st as Monday. Again, 30 will have January 1st as Tuesday, and the year 2031 will have January 1st as Wednesday. So the year which will have same year as 2025 would be 2031. I hope it's clear. See, the idea behind this is 1 year will have 365 days. 1 week will have 7 days. So after 7th day, the 8th day will be Monday itself. So if first day is Monday, 8th day will be Monday, 15th will be Monday, 22nd will be Monday, and so on. So if you divide 365 by 7, so 365, 7 fives are 35. So 1 remains and you take 5 down there. 7 twos are. So this is 52 weeks, which we say 1 year will have. So 14. 7 twos is 14. So the remainder is 1. So there is 1 additional day. So this year, 2024, let's say so is a leap year. In a leap year, what happens? There will be 366 days. So when you divide that by 7, 364, so it will give you 2 additional days. So after a leap year, if say 2024 had Jan 1st as Monday, then 2025 will have Jan 1st as Wednesday. So this is how you need to solve this question. So 2025 had it as Wednesday. So 2026 will have it on Thursday. 2027 will have it on Friday. 2028 will have it on Saturday. Since 2028 is a leap year, 29 will have it on Monday. 30th year will have 2030 will be Tuesday, and 2031 will be Wednesday. So Wednesday is same as 2025. So both are starting and both are non-leap years. Hence, this year will have a same calendars. Is that okay? So normally, if there is one leap year in between, you need to add six to the year, and you'll get a non. If it's a non-leap year, if it's a leap year, I think you'll have to add 11 to that, and you will end up getting another leap year with the same calendar or something like that. I'm not sure if it's 11, but that is how it. Yeah, I think it is 11. So 2024, 20, I think no, not 11. I think you need to add 28. Yeah, 28. If you add 28 to that, then you get something like that. So next, 39th question. Anyone tried 39th question? This is again similar to one of the earlier questions we solved. Odd, even. Odd even theory. Again. Anyone solved this question? Let PQ, R and S be distinct positive integers. Let PQ be odd and RS be even. Consider the following statements. So what is the question is saying? There are 4 distinct positive integers. P and Q, R and S. PQ are odd, R and S are even. So this is the condition. So P minus R. So P minus R whole square into QS is even is the first condition. So what is P? P is odd. Odd minus R is even. So odd minus even will always give you odd number. So odd number square will always give you odd number. So Q is odd again. Odd into S is even. So odd into even will always give you an even number. So here you got odd number, here you got even number. Again, odd into even would be even number. So in all conditions, the condition number 1, P, whatever values you take for PQRS, this condition 1 will satisfy. Did you get it? Did you understand it? So again, second equation, if you see here in the second equation, Q is an odd number and S is an prime number. So odd minus even will always be odd. Sorry. Yeah, okay. Q is an odd number, S is an even number. So odd minus even is always odd number. Again, Q is an odd number. So Q square, odd into odd is odd. So odd into odd will always be odd number. So second statement would be wrong. Okay. See, in terms of odd and even numbers, whenever you have odd number added to an even number, you will have odd number, right? When 1 is added to 2, you will have 3, which is again odd. Similarly, when odd number is subtracted from even, again you will have odd numbers. So 3 minus 2, which will give you 1, which is odd number. Right. So again, if you take both even numbers, even plus even will be even number. Odd number plus odd number will give you even number, because 3 plus 3 is equal to 6. Similarly, in terms of product, even into odd will give you even number. Odd into odd number into odd number will always give you odd number. 3 into 3 is 9, 5 into 3 15, 5 into 9 45, like that. So even into odd will give you even, odd into odd will give you odd number. So that is the condition you need to put in here. So here, if you see, so here if you see, P and Q are odd numbers and R and S are even numbers. So the first condition, P minus R. So P is odd minus even. So odd minus even will result in odd number. So odd number and its square. So let's take 3 square. 3 as an odd number and its square will be 9, which is again an odd number. So odd number square will give you odd number. However, Q, this P minus R whole square into QS is there. Here, Q is odd number, but S is even number. So odd into even will give you even number, because 3 into 2 will give you 6, odd into even number. So this is even number. So this 2, Q into S the result will be even, and P minus R whole square will be odd. So odd into even will result again in even number. So condition 1 will hold good. Did you get it? Is that okay, Anita? Okay, fine. So like that, condition 2, if you see, Q is an odd number, S is an even number. Odd minus even will give you odd. So this result will be odd. Q is an odd number and its square will also be odd number. Odd into odd. So 3 into 3 or 9 into 9 or 9 into 27 or 301 into 303, 309. So this will also result always in odd number. So this condition 2 is not valid. However, if you come to condition 3 here, Q plus R, Q is odd number plus R is even number. So addition of odd and even will result in odd number. So its square is also odd number into P plus S. P plus S, P is odd and S is even. So odd plus even will give you odd number. So odd number into odd number square will finally give you odd number itself. So condition 1 and 3 holds good in this case. So condition 1 and 3 holds good. So the basic rule is even plus even will always be even. Odd plus odd will also be even. Odd plus even will always be odd. Even plus odd will always be odd. So this is positive. Here you can take minus also, plus or minus. Odd minus even minus odd, odd, like that. So again, multiplication is only two things. Even into odd will always give you even. Odd into odd will always give you odd. So if you know these 6 relationship, then you can solve any questions similar to question number 39. Is that okay? If you want to write it down, you can write this down. Even plus even is even, even minus even, odd plus odd, odd plus or minus, odd plus or minus even is odd, even plus or minus odd is also odd. Is that okay? Can we move forward? So 39th we solved. Okay, 40th we will solve and we'll take a break. So 4:45, 4 hours 25. What is the angle between minute hand and an hour and in a clock that's showing 4:25 hours? So at 4:25, if we go back to that clock we had, so anyone solved that problem? Solve this problem. At 4:25, what would be the time? Sorry, what would be the angle between the hour hand and the minute hand? So at 4:25, the hour hand would be somewhere between 4 and 5. And the minute hand will be exactly at 5. So they're asking for the angle theta in between these. Right. So one way to find it here is first to find how much has the hour hand moved in the time of 25 minutes. So an entire circle is 360 degree, right? Entire circle is 360 degree, and it's a 12-hour clock. So for 1 hour, the hour hand moves by 30 degrees, because 360 by 12 is 30. So for 1 hour, which is equal to 60 minutes, an hour hand, or the smaller hand, moves by 30 degrees, or for 1 minute it moves by 0.5 degree ಅಂತ ತಗೋಬಹುದು. ಹೌದಾ? So here 25 minutes has gone by. So this will be moved by 12.5 degrees. So from 4, it has moved 12.5 degree. And for 1 hour, it moves by 30 degree. So between 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock, or between 4 and 5, the degree is 30. In that, it has moved 12.5. So subtract 12.5. So the remaining is 17.5 degree. So the theta will be equal to 17.5 degree. Because it has moved 12.5 degrees from 24, and it still has to move 17.5 degree. So the theta between an hour hand and the minute hand here is 17.5 degrees. Is that clear? Yeah. The representation is not so clean, I understand, but that is the one. Kindly excuse me for that. So between 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock, an hour, and between the hour hand and the minute hand. So hour hand will somewhere be here. So and minute hand will exactly be here. So this theta we need to find. So from 4, it has moved by for 25 minutes. So which is 12.5 degree, because for 1 minute it is moving 0.5 degree. So for 25 minutes, it moves by 25 by 2. So that is 12.5 degrees. So if it has moved 12.5 degree and the total degree between 4 and 5 is 30 degrees. So 30 minus 12.5, which is equal to 17.5 degrees. So this is the angular difference, or the angle theta, between an hour hand and the minute hand. I hope it's clear. So we have solved till 40th question, which is half the paper, because CSAT paper will have 80 questions. We will take a short break here. I think there are a few more questions that we need to solve. So next, there are only passages. 42, 43 is also passage. 45, from question 45 to 80 is there. We'll take a short break for now for 5-10 minutes, and we will meet again at 5:30. Okay, let's start. I hope the break is over. Okay, so anyone try to solve the 45th question during the break? Anyone? Question number 45. What is the number of pies used in numbering a 260-page book? Is it audible? Am I audible? Hello? Am I audible? Okay. So 45th question. So what is the number of pies used in numbering a 260-page book? So it just means you have numbered the books starting from 1 to 260. So how many number of fives are there? So there will be five. There will be 1, 5, and 15 like this up to 95. There will be, if you take 0 to 9, there will be 10 fives. Again, from 105 to 195, have 10 fives at unit digits. Again, from 50 to 59, you have 10 fives. Again, from 150 to 159, you have 10 fives. So altogether, 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10. So 40 fives you have used in, in naming up to 200 pages. From 200 to 260, we have 205 to 255. So 0 to 5, there are 6 fives. 205, 215, 225, 235, 245, and 255. So there are 6 fives. Again, from 250 to 259, there is 10 fives at unit place. So 10. So altogether you have 40 plus 10 plus 6, which is 56. So there are totally 56 number of fives which you have used, which we would use if you are starting the numbering of pages from 1 to 260. I hope it's clear. Is it clear or should I explain it again? So you see 0, 5, next 15, like that up to 95. You have 0 to 9 is 10 digits. So there will be 10 fives. Then again from 105 to 195, you will have 10 fives at unit digits. Again from 200 to 260, you have 205 to 255. So you have 6 fives. So 10 plus 10 plus 6, 26. So other than this, you have 50 to 59, where 5 appears at tens place. So there are 10 of these. Then 150 to 159. Here you have again 10. Again 250 to 259. Again here you will have 10 fives. So 30 plus 26. Altogether we'll have 56 pies. I hope it's clear. Is that fine? Any doubts? Kindly reply in the chat box. Be active. If you have any doubts, you can ask. Okay. So that was 45th question. Anyone tried to solve 46th? 46th is little time consuming, but it's an easy question. So the question goes on like this. What is the sum of first 28 terms in the following sequence? First, you have to identify how the sequence is there. So there is 1, 1, 2, then there is 1, 3, 2, 1, then 4, 3, 2, 1, then again 5, 4, 3, 2. Like this, it has continued. So if you observe here, from first it is very difficult to identify, but from here you can see 2 1, then again 3 2 1, then again 4 3 2 1, then again 5 4 3 2 1. So next it will be 6 5 4 3 2 1. So after that it will be 7 6 5 4 3, like this. The series will continue. So it is asking for first 28 terms. So if you take this, let's take this one term. If there are 28 terms, 1 2, this is 2 terms. Sorry, until here we will leave it. First 4 terms. Then 3 to 1 is 3 terms. 4, then 5, then 6 terms will come. So 3 plus 4 is 7. 7 plus 5 is 12. 12 plus 6 is 18. Plus this initial 4 is 22. So remaining after this, there will be 6 more terms. So if you start from 7 and take 6 more terms, it will be 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. So 1 won't be there. So the whole series can be written as 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 4, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Again 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Again 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, and 2. So this is where it stops. So if you are starting sigma 6, summation 6 will be 6 into 6 plus 1, n into n plus 1 by 2, right? Summation of first n numbers. So this will be 7 into 3. So this sum will be 21. This sum will be n sum of 7 numbers minus 1, because there is no 1. So what we'll do, we'll take this one and put it here in the back. Here after 2 we'll put 1. So that will complete this series as well, right? So 7 series. So sum from 1 to 7, sum of 1, 1 till 7 will be 7 into 7 plus 1, n into n plus 1 by 2. So 2 fours are, so that will be 28. So 28 plus 21 plus sum of 5 numbers, 5 into 6 by 2, which will be 15. Then 4 will be 4 into 5 by 2, which is 10. Then 3 will be 6, 3 plus 2 plus 1, 6. We have taken this one to the other side, so we'll leave that. So here 1, 2 and 1, so 4. So if you add this, 4 plus 6, 10, 10 plus 10 is 20, 25, 46, 46 plus 28. 46 plus 28. 46 plus 28 plus 26 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 46 plus 28. Will give you 84, right? Oh, did we miss anything? Sorry, I think we missed 10. This is 4, 6, 10, 20, 35, 35 plus 21, 56. Sorry, this is 56, 56 plus 28. So that will give you 64 plus 20, 84. Is it okay? Okay then. So next question. So next is 47th, right? So, so PQR, person buys articles PQR for 3,330 for 3,330. If P costs 25% more than R and R costs 20% more than Q. So for Q, let us assume it is 100 rupees. So then R will be 20% more than Q. So it will be 120. And yes, sorry, P will be 25% more than R, 25% more than R. So that will be 125 divided by 100 into 120. 1010 cancels. 5 twos are. This is 525 are. 2 ones are. 2 6 are. So 25 into 6, that will give you 150. So P is 150 rupees, R is 120 rupees, and Q is 100 rupees. So this is the thing. So in total, he has spent 3,330 rupees. So if you add this 3, you'll get 150 plus 120 is 270 plus 100, 370. So 370, but he has spent 3,330. So 3,330. If you take 370 as 1, 3,330 would be 9. So there is a ratio 1:9. So then what is the cost of P? So 370 into 9 will give you 3,330. So the cost of P will also be multiplied by 9. So the common ratio here is 9. So you multiply 150 by 9, that will give you an answer. So 150 into 9. So 15 nines are 135. So 135. Option D. Any doubts? Okay. So next one, 48 question. If a sum of two-digit numbers A, B, and C, D is a three-digit number 1, C, E, where letters A, B, C, D, E denote distinct digits, then what is the value of A? So this one we will solve it here only. So let's say there are two numbers A, B, and C, D. What is being done? These are added. So you will get E, C, and 1. So here, if you see, whenever we do addition, then since these are two-digit numbers, these numbers are from 0 to 9. Any number here, B or A or C or D, is from 0 to 9. So when you add B and D, you get E. And also, if you closely observe here, C plus A is giving you C itself. So when will C plus A will give you C with one carry? When A is 10, right? When A is 10, then only you'll get 1C. 10 plus C will be 1C, because 10 plus any number, 2 will be 12, 3 will be 13, like that. So A should be 1C, or but A is not a two-digit number. A is a single-digit number, because A, B, C, D, E denote distinct digits. So digits is nothing but 0 to 9. So A should represent one number from 0 to 9, and B and D also represent numbers from 0 to 9. Right. So when B and D is added, the maximum, since they're distinct digits, the maximum possible sum would be 8 plus 9, 17. So E could be 7, and only 1 is getting carried. So if 1 is getting carried here, then A can be 9, right? 9 plus 1 would be 10. 10 plus C would give you 1C. So the question is asking for A, B, C, D, E denote distinct digits. Then what is the value of A? So here the only possible solution for the value of A would be 9. Because the maximum carry that we can get from the unit place is 1. And since A is a single digit number, it has to add with 1 and make a sum of 10, because 10 plus C is giving you 1C here. So 10 plus any number will give you like that. 10 plus 1 will give you 11. 10 plus 2 will give you 12. 10 plus 9 will give you 19, like that. So C here, since C is coming as a sum, so A plus 1 should be equal to 10. Therefore, A should always be equal to 9. Is that okay? Okay, we'll move forward. Okay. So again, next question. There are three numbers x, y, z are selected from a set of 7 natural numbers. So set of first 7 natural numbers. So what would be the numbers be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So these are the first 7 natural numbers. So here the condition is x is greater than 2y is greater than 3z, right? So if you see a condition like this, then x can never be 1, x can never be 2, x can never be 3 as well, because x is always greater than y and z. So even if you put y is equal to 1 or z is equal to 1, this value will be 3. So x is greater than 3 only. So again, if you take x as 4, then if you take y, since x, y, z are different, distinct digits, because it says distinct triplets. So these are distinct digits. So even if you take 1 and if you end up taking 2 as z, then it will also exceed. So z can also not be 4. Sorry, x can never be 4. And for y and z, since 2y and 3z, and these numbers can never cross 7. So y can only take values from 1, 2 and 3, because if it takes 4, 2y will be greater than 7. So similarly with z, z can only take values 1 and 2. It cannot take any other values. And x can only take 5, 6 and 7. I hope this much is clear. Once this is clear, then you only have to take numbers to satisfy this condition. X greater than 2y greater than 3z. So if x is 5, then if you take, you can't take y as 1. If you take y as 1, then z will be z minimum value, we will have to take 2. So if we take 1 here and 2 here, 3z is 6. So 6 would be greater. So y you cannot take 1. Y has to be 2. So 5, 2 and 3 or 1. So that would result in y is equal to 2, which would give 4, and that is equal to 1. So that would result in 5, 4 and 3. This is one triplet. Next, if we take excess, if we take excess 6, again y should be value of 2. So we'll get 4 and z should be 1. So only this value is possible. Any other value is not possible. But with 7, there will be two conditions. With 7, we can get two conditions. So 1, we will put y is equal to 1 and z is equal to, sorry, y is equal to 2 and z is equal to 1. So that will give you 7, 4 and 3, which is the same as above. And the another condition would be y could be 3 as well. And then y is equal to 3 if you put, then this will be 6. So 3, 2y. So if y is 3, then 2y is 6, which is greater than, here z can be only 1. So z again will be, so there are 1, 2, 3 and 4 different possibilities. How many distinct triplets are possible? In total, you can have 4 different triplets. 5, 4, 3 is 1. 6, 4, 3 is 1. 7, 4, 3 is 1. And 7, 6, 3 is. So these are the 4 possible triplets which satisfy the condition x greater than 2y greater than 3z. So different values of x, y and z. Is that clear? So now 50th question. So again, this is from arithmetic algebra part. See, algebra questions are coming continuously. X, Y, Z was algebra question. This again is an algebraic question. So, sorry. Okay. Okay. The total cost of 4 apples, 4 oranges, 6 mangoes, and 8 apples. So 4O plus 6M, 8 apples. This is equal to twice the cost of one orange plus two mangoes plus five apples. So if you multiply that, four oranges plus six mangoes plus eight apples is equal to two oranges plus four mangoes plus 10 apples. So this is the sum you get. Here, if you see, take oranges and mangoes to the left. 4 oranges plus 6 mangoes minus 2 oranges minus 4 mangoes. This will be equal to 10 apples minus 8 apples. So this will give you 4o minus 2o. That will be 2 oranges plus 6m minus 4m plus 2 mangoes. This is equal to 2. So if you take out common, 2, if you take out 2 which is common, you'll get orange plus mango. Price of orange plus mango is equal to price of 1 apple, which is, if you see the statement, total cost of 1 orange and 1 mango is equal to cost of 1 apple. So this condition satisfies. Now come back here. 3 oranges, 5 mangoes and 9 apples is there. 3 oranges plus 5 mangoes plus 9 oranges is there, and 4 oranges plus 6 mangoes plus 8 apples is there. If you compare here, take out 1 apple from here, that will leave 8 apples, but 1 apple is equal to orange plus mango. So add that one. So here you'll have 4 oranges plus 6 mangoes, which is equal to 8 apple. So equation 1 also is satisfied. So in that terms, here both the given statements are correct. Is that okay? When you see these questions for the first time, it seems difficult, but once you're being worked around it, the question will seem very start feeling very simple. So that's the problem with algebraic questions. Initially, when you see, you'll start finding them difficult, but once you see the solution, it will be very simple. So we have reached 50 questions. '51 and '52, again paragraphs. '53 is a paragraph. Okay, '54th question. So again, divisibility theorem. So here, if you see the question, 32 power 5 plus 2 power 27 is there, is divisible by is what is given. So 32 power 5, here 32 can be written as 2 power 5, right? 2 power 4 is 16, into 2 is 32. So 2 power 5 is 32 and whole power 5. So this way, this is nothing but 2 power 5 into 5, which is 2 power 25. This plus 2 power 27. So if you see powers of, in terms of powers of 2, 2 power 1 is 2, 2 square is 4, 2 cube is 8, 2 power 4 is 16. Again, 2 power 5 is 32. So unit digit again is 2 only. So again it continues. Here 4, you'll get 8, you'll get 16 or 6 at the unit. So what you do? Divided by 4. Any power divided by 4 and you can find the unit digit very easily. So here 2 power 25 is there. If you divide it by 4, the remainder will be 1 because 4 into 6 is 24. So it will leave a remainder of 1. 25, 4, 6 are 24. So the remainder is 1. Similarly, for 27, 4, 4 again, 4, 6 are 24. The remainder is 3. So here 32 or 2 power 25 plus 2 power 27 in terms of unit digits can be written as 2 power 1 plus 2 power 3. 2 power 1 is 2 plus 2 power 3 is 8. So 2 plus 8 is 10. So in the end you have 1 0 here. So since there is 1 0, the number will always be divisible by 10. So at the end you will get a 0 because 8 plus 2 is 10. Okay. So that number will be finally divisible by 10. Any doubts? Okay, next question. 55th. So P and Q are positive integers satisfying P less than Q, P is less than Q and P plus Q is equal to K. What is the smallest value of K that does not determine P and Q uniquely? So what are they saying is P and Q are positive integers. P and Q are positive integers. So value could be from 0 to positive infinity. Any value P and Q can take. What is the small P plus Q is equal to K. Okay. Okay. Also, P is less than Q. So the condition here is what is the smallest value? So K should be bare minimum value where the solution for P and Q are not unique. So here, see, P is less than Q. So P could be 0 and Q could be 1. So 0 plus 1 will give you 1. But here, if you are seeing, P can have only one value and Q also can have only one value. So they have unique solutions. So K cannot be 1. Then P could be 0 and Q could be 2, or P could be 1 and Q could be 2. This is also impossible because this will result in 2. So you know 1 Q is 2 and P is 0 only. And again here also Q is 2 and P is 1. So the solution is 3. So this is again not possible. So unique value should be there. So at this position 2 plus 1 or 3 and 0 is also possible, right? Is there any condition saying positive integers? Can we take 0? Is 0 a positive integer or a negative integer? There is that one ambiguity there. So first point would be this only, where P can be either 1 or 0 and Q can be either 2 or 3, and the value of K would be 3. So this is 1 if we take 0 as a positive integer. If we consider starting a number from 1, then will have to see. Then 3 also cannot be a solution. So then it will be 1, 2, 1, 3, or 2, 3, and 1, 4. So here if you see, and this is Q. So when P is 1 and Q is 2, K is 3. Again, there is no other way. Here also P and Q will have unique solution. In the next number, where P is 1 and Q is 3, there also K is 4. Here also there is unique solution. You can't have both as 2 and 2 because there are two distinct integers. So you can only have P as 1 and Q as 3. That will give you result as 4. So this is also not the value of K. So the next value of K, where K is 5, at that place P could be either 1 or either 2. At that time Q will be either 3 or 4. So both will have a distinct values. So you won't find a unique solution. So when K is equal to 5, this condition satisfies. But one thing we don't have a clarity with this question here, because whether we have to consider 0 as a positive integer or negative integer. Probably if they are giving 0 as a positive integer, because if they're starting the counting from 1, they would have given them as natural numbers, then it would have been a different thing. Since they have given it as a positive integer, the answer here could also be 3, because P could be 0 and Q could be 3, and P could be 1 and Q could be 2. So here also you will have K is equal to 3, and you can't have a unique values for P and Q, right? So this is also a possibility. I Most of the institutes I think may have given 5, but I think UPSC will give 3 here. I think UPSC will give you 3 here. I think this one question will be there, which is kind of a tricky one. So the answer there would be 3. The value of K would be 3. I'm pretty sure. So next is direction based questions. So next is 56 question is a direction based question. So direction based questions will always be of two types. One where people move left, right, and then you have to determine the direction. And another question is where you have the direction, they move in certain direction, then east, west, north, and south. Here, the question is of the first form where he is going straight, then he turns left like that. So let's say initial point, he's starting from this point, and from here he goes 100 meters straight. Then he turns left and walks 100 meters. So this is left, this is right. So again, he turns left and walks 300 meters. Then he turns right. So right to this direction is this direction. Sorry, this direction. So here he walks 100 meters again. So from the initial point, So from the initial point, which is this point, and now he has walked 100 meters to reach the office. So this is his office and this is his home, right? Home and office. So from here, he has walked 200 meters. This is 100. So in total, he has walked. So from his initial point to this point, so now he is in northeast direction. This point is northeast, exactly there. So what is the original direction which he went? This is the question we have, right? So if this is northeast, which is 45 degrees, then this will be east. So if this is east, 90-degree towards this will be south. So the initial direction which he started walking is south. I hope this is clear because this side would be north. This is south, upper is east, and below is west. So is somewhere here in this direction, which they are considering as northeast. So he has initially worked south. This is one way of doing it. The other way is initially, let's say, he walks in a certain direction, 100 meters. Then he turns left and walks 100 meters. Then he again takes left and walks 300 meters. So from this point, this is 100. And again he takes left and walks 100 meters. So 100 plus 100 is 200. So you take it here. So from his original point is 200 meters up, and here this is also 200 meters to the left, up and left. So it is at 45 degrees because both these sides are equal. This and this sides are equal. This is 45 degree and they are saying this as northeast. So usual direction which we take here is east, west, north, south. So if they are saying this is northeast, here if you see, this is northeast. So he is 90-degree disoriented from his original direction. So here also at the starting point also we need to take 90-degree disorientation. Okay. So the original disorientation was anti-clockwise here also. So if he is starting this direction, we need to consider 90-degree disorientation. So originally he was moving south. So if he is moving now in east, it's a 90-degree disorientation in anti-clockwise direction. So if we correct or if we rotate this by 90-degree, we'll get this oriented to our original direction rule of north, south, east, west. So you have to rotate it by 90-degree to align it with original directions. So then the person moving east originally will be moving south. So option C would be correct. Again, next question is very similar. Again, the direction question. So here, if you are taking this is north, this is south, this is east, and this is west. So person walks westward by 100 meters. So he reaches this point, 100 meters. then he and then takes a left. So left means this side. He walks 100 meters again. So from his original point is in southwestern position. But which direction is he facing? This person is here and he is facing south, right? He's facing south, and from south he turns 245 degrees. So opposite is 180, so north is 180, another 45 degrees is northeast. So he turns 225 degrees from south. So he would be facing northeast. See, there are two questions. In the top also is exactly facing northeast, and in this question also the answer is northeast. Maybe from a person from northeast has said this question. Possibly. A person from a northeast may have said that question. So 58 question which is there is a statement based question or logical reasoning part. And I think it is one of the easiest questions in the CSAT paper. A statement is given followed by two conclusions, numbered 1 and 2. Consider the statements and the conclusions. India is the world's largest producer of milk. That is the statement, and the conclusions you see. India is the world's largest exporter of milk. See, if you are a largest producer, that doesn't make you an automatically a largest exporter. So conclusion 1 does not follow. Conclusion 2, India does not import milk. That is also not true. That is also not an implication. Maybe our quality of milk is low and we may allow imports, or we may import high quality dairy products. Kind of things are there. So both statements do not, both conclusions do not follow the statement. So the answer is neither one nor two. Again, 59th one is a logical reasoning part, and it's a statement based question and answer type. So question is followed by two statements, statement 1 and statement 2. Consider the question and the statement. Question: what are the values of m and n? So m and n, where m and n are natural numbers. So natural numbers is nothing but starting from 1 to infinity. So statement 1, m plus n is greater than mn and m is greater than n. So m plus n is greater than mn. So if this condition has to satisfy, then either m or n should be 1. Only then that condition will satisfy. For any other conditions, the solution will fail, and m is greater than n. So if m is greater than n, then m cannot be 1. N has to be 1. So see, 2 into 2 plus 1 is greater than 2 into 1. 3 plus 1 is greater than 3 into 1. So there is no possible solution available with only statement 1. Now let us see statement 2. The product of m and n is 24. So if the product of m and n is 24, then the values of m and n can be, m could be 24 and n could be 1, m could be 12 and n could be 2, m could be 8 and n could be 3, m could be 6 and n could be 4. So m and n in all these things will give you 24. But statement 2 alone is not giving you a unique solution. There are 4 possibilities. But if you take both statements 2 and statement 1, where m plus n is greater than mn, so here only one such condition satisfies. Only when 24 and 1 are there, in that condition 24 plus 1, which is 25, is greater than 24 into 1, which is 24. So only this gives you an unique solution. So you'll need both statement 1 and statement 2 to answer this question. So the right answer for this question would be C, not D, but C. You will need, the question can be answered by using both the statements together, but cannot be answered using either statements alone. So option C is the answer. So again, question number 60 is again the easiest of the questions you have this year. So question is followed by source statements. Question is, what is the time required to download a software? The size of the software is 12 megabytes. So only with the size you cannot determine how much time it will require. You also need the speed of transfer. So both the statements are needed to answer the question. So again, the answer for this would be option C. The question can be answered by using both the statements together, but cannot be answered using either statement alone. So next two are the paragraphs. We'll skip the paragraphs for now. So next one would be question number 64. Question number 64, if you see, a question is followed by two statements 1 and 2. Consider the following question and statements. So if you see here, what are the unique values for x and y, where x and y are distinct natural numbers? Again, x and y are unique and distinct. Unique and distinct. And also natural numbers. So 1 to positive infinity. So this is the set. So statement 1 says x by y is odd. And statement 2 says xy is equal to 12. So if you see possible solutions, there is 1 into 12, there is 2 into 6, there is 3 into 4. So there are three different possible solutions for this question. So, but they're saying x and y are unique. So hence, statement 2 alone cannot satisfy this question. Also, they're saying x by y. Let's take x to be 12 and y to be 1, x to be 6 and y to be 2, x to be 4 and y to be 3. We'll take it like this. So here if you see, for the first condition to satisfy, x by y is an odd number. 12 by 1 is equal to 12. It's not an odd number, so this won't be a solution. 4 by 3 won't give you a natural number. It will give you an fraction. So 6 by 2, which is equal to 3, is a fraction, is a odd number, and thus it satisfies statement 1. So here, to get unique values for x and y, you need both the statements. So answer is C, not A, but answer is C. So the question can be answered using both the statements, but cannot be answered using either of the statements alone, because you don't get a distinct digits or a unique solution. So 65th is again same, similar kind of question. A certain amount was distributed among XYZ. So XYZ, certain amount was distributed. Who received the least amount? Least amount is the question. Who received the least amount is the question. So statement 1 and statement 2 says, statement 1 says X received 4 by 5 of Y plus Z put together. X received this much of amount. Y received 2 by 7 of X plus Z. So if you multiply and make them an equation here, you'll get 5x is equal to 4y plus 4z. And again, 7y is equal to 2x plus 2z. So this is the equation you get. So if you multiply this by 2, second equation by 2, you get 14y is equal to 4x plus 4z. So convert it to one side. So so we have two equations now. 5x is equal to 4y plus 4z. And another one would be 4x is equal to 14y minus 4z. So just add two equations. So that will give you 9x is equal to 18y, or x by y is equal to 18 by 9, which is equal to 2 by 1. So x is greater than y. We got one relation. If you substitute this thing 2 by 1 somewhere here in the equation, so 5 into 2 is 10. 10 is equal to 4 plus 4z. So that will give you 6 by 4. Z is equal to 6 by 4. That is equal to 1.5. So then x is equal to 2, y is equal to 1, z is equal to 1.5. So what is the question? Who received the least amount? So who received the least amount? Y received the least amount. So only if you have both the statements, then you can arrive at the solution. So again, the answer for this question would be C. The question can be answered by using both the statements together, but cannot be answered using either statements alone. It means only using one statement you cannot answer the question. To answer the question, we need both the statements. So C. This we did. This paragraph not over. This also done. Again, 66 question is very similar. If you see question, if the average marks are in a class are 60, then what is the number of students? We need to find the number of students here. Statement 1 says highest marks in the class are 70 and lowest marks in the class are 50. So this doesn't give any clue on how many students are there. Statement 2 says exclusion of highest and lowest marks of the class does not change the average. Again, if you add those two, that will give you 120 and the average of two students is still 60. So even that statement doesn't give you any clarity. So even using both the statements, the question cannot be answered. So the answer here for the question number 66 would be D. Question cannot be answered even by using both the statements. Right. Then question number 67. Question is, there are three distinct prime numbers whose sum is a prime number. But question is, what are these three numbers? So there are three distinct prime numbers whose sum is a prime number. So statement one, let's see the prime numbers. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19. The statement 1 says the sum is less than 23. And the statement 2 says one of the numbers is 5. So 19, 21 is not a prime number, 23 is a prime number. And these are three distinct prime numbers. So here, if you add 2 plus 3 plus 5, it is not giving a prime number. So these are not the three numbers that are being used. So the prime numbers, you can only 2 plus 3 plus 5. If you are adding the least numbers, the sum is 10. So that number is not there. So next, can you get 11 out of this? 7 plus 3 plus 2 will give you 12. No. So 11 is also not possible. Can you get 13? 7 plus 5 plus 2. No. 14 will come. 13 won't come. Will we get 17? 15? No. Adding three prime numbers, we won't get 17. What about 19? Can 19 be got? Adding three prime numbers? Yeah, if you are adding 11, 5, 16 plus 3. So 11, 5 and 3 will give you 19. And next, can we get 23? 11, 5, 16 plus 7. So 23 also we will get. So statement 2 doesn't help us in this format, but statement 1 will give us a unique solution, because statement 1 says the sum is less than 23. So that will take out this second available solution here. So if it takes out this, then we have a unique solution where sum of three prime numbers is another prime number. So the values would be 11, 5 and 3. Independent of the second statement, one of the numbers is 5. Though even though it is true, even if this statement is not given, it's not making any difference, right? We still found out. But if there was no statement 1, then we would never got a solution, because if there is no limit of the value that is saying less than 23, then we would have two possible solutions. So this statement 1 helps us in limiting the solution to only 1 and provides us an unique solution. So the answer for 67th question would be, the question can be answered by using one of the statements alone, but cannot be answered using the other statement alone. So option A is right. So again 68. So it's saying, consider the question and the statement. Is x plus y an integer? Is the question. So 2x, both the statements 2x plus y. Let's take x to be 1 by 4. Then 2x plus y would be 1. If say, sorry, Let's take x as 1 by 2 and y as 1. So here 2x plus y is an integer, then that would answer the question, because 2 into 1 by 2 is 1 plus 1 will give you an integer, and x plus 2y 1 by 2, then this won't be an integer. 1 by 2 plus 2, which is 2 and half, is not an integer. So 1 by 2 we won't get an answer. So these both the statements won't help us solve this question whether x plus y is an integer. And so therefore both statements won't suffice. So the solution would be option D. Question cannot be answered even by using both the statements. Question number 69. A person buys 3 articles PQR for a price of 50. The price of a least article is 16. Q is 16. What is the least value? So, which is least? A person buys 3 articles PQR for rupees 50. The price of the article Q is 16, which is the least. So P plus Q plus R is equal to 50 and Q is equal to 16, which is least among the two. So P plus R is equal to 34. So what is the price of the article P is the question. So here, so this is greater than, so both P and R, values of both P and R is greater than 16, because they're saying here that Q is the least. And so Q could be 16.1 and R could be how much? 17.9, or P could be 16.5 and this could be 17.5. So statement 1 says the cost of P is not more than cost of R. So it could have multiple values: 16.75, 17.25, again 17 and 17. So it could have multiple values. But statement 2 here says the cost of R is not more than cost of P. So if you take both the statements, P is not more than R and R is not more than P, which means P is equal to R. So at that time, each will have the value of 17 and 17. So that will be equal to 34. So only using both the statements we can answer the question. So only then we'll get an unique solution. So option C is right here. Again, 70th question is a similar one. Has P scored more than Q? Sum of marks scored by P and Q is equal to the sum of R and S. So P plus Q is equal to R plus S. This is the first equation. And the second equation is sum P plus S is equal to, is greater than Q plus R. So as P scored more than Q, these equations won't help us solve the question. Here. If you see here, you can take Q as R plus S minus P and substitute it somewhere here. So this will be R plus S minus P plus R. So S and S gets cancelled. P will be 2P. 2P is greater than R and R. So 2R. So you'll get P greater than R. But it won't give you any result saying P is greater than R. Yes, that is true. But that doesn't give you any relationship between P and Q, because it's still P and S is greater than Q plus R. So it doesn't prove anything substantially. So both the statements won't satisfy. Question cannot be answered even by using both the statements. So remaining are paragraphs, I guess. 71, 72. Okay, next one. 73rd question, if you see, there is the age difference P and Q. Age of each P and Q is less than 100 years, but more than 10 years. If you interchange the digits of age of P, the number represents the age of Q. Question: what is the difference of their ages? So let's take P's age as XY. So X and Y are different digits. So Q's age is interchanging of this. So it is Y into X. So here, if you take 10 into X plus Y, this is P's age, and Q's is 10 into Y plus X. So this is because we are taking it, expressing in terms of decimals. This is tens place, this is unit place. So 10 into Y plus 1 into X. So such kind of expression. So what is the difference of the age is this question. Age of P is greater than age of Q. So that means XY is greater than YX. So this is statement 1. The sum of their ages is 11 by 6 times their difference. So I think we'll solve this by copying it somewhere else. So the age of P is equal to xy, which can be represented as 10x plus 1y, and age of Q is equal to yx because interchanging digits. So here's 10y plus 1x. So this is what. So in together xy is greater than yx. So xy is bigger number. So that is what statements are saying. So statement 2 is saying the sum of their ages. So xy plus yx is equal to 11 by 6 times the differences. So this is equal to 11 by 6 times the differences, xy minus yx. So this she can write as 10x plus 1y plus 10y plus 1x, which is 11 into x plus y. Right? This should be equal to 11 by 6 times 10x plus 1y minus 10y minus x. So here, if you see, you can directly cancel 11 and 11. So x plus y will be equal to 1 by 6 into 10x minus 1x is 9x minus 1y minus 10y is 9y. So if you take 9 common, so 3 by 2. So x plus y is equal to 3 by 2 times x minus y, or 2x plus 2y is equal to 3x minus 3y, or if you take 2x that side and bring x is equal to 5y. So we got x is equal to 5y. So value of x could only be 1, right? Because these are individual digits. So you have these are individual digits. So value of x and y will be from 0 to 9 since they are individual digits. So when x is equal to 1, y will be equal to 5. So there is no bigger value than that. Sorry, when y is equal to 1, when y is equal to 1, x will be equal to 5. When y is equal to 2, x will cross single digit. So that is not the value. So these are the two values. So the age xy and yx is nothing but 51 xy and opposite is 15. So unique solution. We'll get an unique solution when we have both the statements. We need both the statements to answer the question. So only when we have both the statements, we can answer the question. Again, 74th question, PQRS statements are given and choose accordingly. Main statement is Pradeep either becomes a director or a producer. So he has to play only one role here. So if Pradeep is a director, he is not a producer. And if he is a producer, he is not a director. So both SP and RQ will be valid. Since he has to play only one role, either he could be a director and not a producer, or a producer and not a director. So option C is correct. So 75th question. So plus means minus, minus means into, and product means division, and division means addition. So the question is 10 minus 30, minus means multiplication. So into 100 divided by 50, so plus 25. So this is the actual sum. So we have a BODMAS rule. So first is brackets of division. 100 by 50 is 2. So 2 into minus 30. So that will give you minus 60. So 10 minus 60 plus 25. Minus 60 plus 25 is minus 35. Minus 35. 10 minus 35 is minus 25. So the answer would be minus 25. I hope it's clear. I'm going a little bit fast, but I hope you are following it. Is it okay? Are you getting any doubts? If you have any doubts, you can ask. Okay, great. So P means P here means greater than. Okay, great. Thank you. So P means greater than, Q means less than, R means not greater than, and S means not less than, and T means equal to. So that is the thing. So here we need to consider the statements. So the actual thing will be 2x. S, what does S mean? S means not less than. So 2x is not less than 3y, and 3x is equal to 4z. T means equal to. So we are replacing that. So 2x is not less than 3y and 3x is equal to 4z. In the second condition, x, q means less than. So x is less than 2y and if, sorry, we'll copy this to the other place. It needs place. So the thing is, it is saying if 2x is not less than 3y and 3x is equal to 4z, then we will have 9y which is greater than 8z. Only if this is true. In the second statement, it is saying if x is less than 2y and y is not greater than, okay, y is not greater than, sorry, y is not greater than, r means not greater than, okay, y is not greater than z, then x is not greater than z. So these are the two conditions. Which of the following statements given above are correct? So 2x is not less than 3y, it means 2x is greater than 3y and 3x is equal to 4z. So that means 9y. If we need 9y, it means you have to multiply this by 3. So 9y is 3. So this is 6x. So 6x is greater than 9y. But here, if you see 6x is equal to 8z from the second statement. So since 6x is greater than 9y and 6x is equal to 8z, if you compare this statement, 9y is less than, actually it is less than 8z. So statement 1 doesn't hold good. And in the statement 2 part, x is less than 2y and y is not greater than, which means y is less than z. So then x is not greater than, which means x is less than z ಅಂತ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು. So here, and this also won't satisfy because x is less than 2y is what is there, but y is less than z. So here z is greater than y, but it doesn't mean z is greater than 2y. So that's why statement 2 also doesn't hold. So both the statements are false. So neither of the two follow. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, it is nothing but representation of digits. So A is represented as 1, B 2, C as 3, and D as 4, and its multiplication. So 4 into 3 into 2 into 1 will give you 24. So that is what the sum is. E, F, G, H, E, F, G, H. So we all know E is 5, F is 6, G is 7, and H is 8. So 8 into 7 into 6 into 5. So this is what we have to do. 6 5s are 30, 8 7s are 56. So for 56 into 30,500. Sorry, EFGH they already given. So again 1680. So we need to find IJKL. So IJKL, I, J, K, and L. So I is 9, J is 10, K is 11, and this is 12. So here 10 plus 1, 10 minus 1. So 10 square minus 1 square into 10. So 10 square is, so that will give you 10 square minus 1, 10 square is 100, minus 1 is 99, 990 into 12. Anything with 990 into 12, so 9 is 8. So anything with the 8 in the end is the answer. So 11,880. This is not, POT is written as A top, which nothing but it is written in opposite order. T and they've added A in the end. Again, trap is again written like that. T, R, A, P and A added again. So if you are writing arena, you will have to write it as opposite. A, R, E, N, A with an A. So anera, I think option D will satisfy. So 79th question. What will come in the place into star in this one? So here 3, 14, 39, 84, dash and 258 is there. So this is 3 into 1, this is 7 into 2, this is 13 into 3, this is 21 into 4. So if you see the difference here between 3 and 7, it is 4, then 7 and 13 is 6, and again 13 and 21 is 8, and next it would be 10. So this product would be 31 into 5, which is 155, option B. So 31 plus, next it would be 31 plus 12. So that would be 43 into 6, which is 258. So the answer is B, 155. So the final question, if some code letters P, Q, R, S, T represent numbers 4, 5, 10, 12 and 15, It is not known which letter represents which number. If q minus s is 2s, t is equal to r plus s plus 3, then what is the value of p plus r minus t? So here there are 5 numbers: 4, 5, 10, 12, and 15. And the first equation which we have here is q minus s is equal to 2s. So this is nothing but q is equal to 3s. Right. So q could be 12 or 15 and s could be 4 or 5. 12 or 15, s could be 4 or 5. Then t is equal to r plus s plus 3. So t would be r plus s plus 3. So r plus s plus 3. So s is either 4 or 5. So value of t would be greater than 5 or greater than 7. So value of t could be either 10, 12 or 15. So q is either 12 or 15, and r value also, see, if these three numbers are going away, then r value should be either 4 or 5. Since s value and r value are, did we miss anything? Q minus. Okay, but the thing is, see, we the problem here is, yeah, q minus s is equal to 2s is there. So if this equation has to satisfy, s can take values 4 or 5. But if we substitute s as 4, then this is 4. So that would mean this is 8. So q would be 12. So if we can we substitute anywhere else? Q could be 12 and S is 4. Then R would be 5. So if R is 5, 5 plus 4 plus 3, 9 plus 3, 12. So T would be 12. So the values would overlap. So T is not 12 since Q is also 12. So that equation will fail. So then S should be taken as 5. So then Q will be equal to 15. Q will be equal to 15. S is equal to 5. If you substitute that here, S plus 3, 8. This will be 8. So the only remaining number which is greater than 8, because R could be 4 then. So R is 4. So T will be 12. So if T is 12, R is 4. So P could be 10. So 10 plus 4 minus 12. So 14 minus 12. This will give you a solution of 2. So that is the end. So 2 would be the answer for the 80th question. Sorry for the mess up over there. So it's trial and error method, kind of takes time, and the question is in the end. So at the last minute you cannot do such a problems, or you know, if by a hunch you start taking value as pi, then for s, then you can easily solve the question. Otherwise, it will be a little bit trial and error method. So this is how the paper was. So as you saw, most of the questions. Yeah, see that it's a trial and error method. So here q minus s is equal to 2s. So there are two numbers which can satisfy this condition, 4 and 5, 12 and 13. But let's take s as 5. Then this is 10. This is 5. Q is equal to 3s it becomes. So q will be 15 and s will be 5. So then if you substitute that in t, which is equal to r plus s plus 3, s could be 5 plus 3 is 8. So here, then you have to go back and look here. So if you see, since this number is already 8 and the bare minimum number is 4, so t will not be 10, it will only be 12. So then you'll get a value of t as 10 and r as 4. So you got 4 values, the remaining one is p, which will be equal to 10. So this is the easiest way to solve this question. Otherwise, it will be a little bit difficult. So final value is just substituting in this equation. P is 10, R is 4 minus 12. So that will give you 2 as an answer. Yeah, it is quite confusing at the end, but and it's also a last question in the paper. And if you have series A and it is the last question, and you'll have very bare minimum time to solve this question, so it may be difficult as. So this is the end for quantitative aptitude part. For uh, the passage part or English comprehension part, we'll again meet sometime maybe on Saturday or maybe tomorrow or on Saturday. We'll post that in the Telegram groups, in your Telegram groups. So stay tuned. And if you like the classes, go and like it on YouTube and subscribe to our channel as well. Thank you. If you have any doubts, you can ask. Otherwise, we'll call it a day. Okay. Thank you, Sharadvi. Thank you so much. We'll end the class. Thank you all.